How's everybody out there in online land? Everybody doing okay? Let's see. Jesus. Meowfa, thank you for my little dancing dinosaur.
Meowfa, thank you for.
Oh, little feedback there. Yes, excellent. Happy to be here. Oh man, I forgot my drink. My drink. 1 second. All right, I'm back. Woo. How's everybody doing today? Tell me about yourselves. How was your week? How have you responded to the news cycle these days? Kind of a bummer. And that's putting it lightly. I do say so myself. Can everybody hear me as well? I'm just kind of doing some sound checks here. What's going on?
Meowfa.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, make some adjustments. All right, better. You can see all my cowlicks. Well, everyone, welcome. Happy to be here. Happy to be alive. Been listening to some more audiobooks. I've been working a lot lately. It involves a lot of driving and a lot of hours in the car. And I think I've knocked out 3 books in just under a month, which I'm happy to talk about with you if you're interested. So if you're looking for a book to jump into, man, oh man, True Grit is a great way to go. Gotta tell you, I've seen the movie, of course, but also just hearing the audiobook version of said book, it is just a masterpiece. I could see how it sticks with people, told by the first-person perspective of the future tense, looking back on the past. The main character, Maddie Ross, on her time being a 14-year-old girl avenging the death of her father with the help of federal agent at the time of the West, Rooster Cogburn. Talk about a strong character, how to write a strong character. There's so many instances of dramatic irony and strength of will. I say the irony being that she's looking for somebody who has true grit, and is told that Rooster Cogburn is the man for the job in helping her track down the fugitive John Chaney to avenge the death of her father, who was shot down unarmed in front of the monarch, something. But this whole time you're thinking, wow, this girl is looking for a man of true grit to help her find and avenge her father's killer, but there's nobody with more grit than the main character, Maddie Ross. And in all of the instances that they show just how strong of a character that she is, when most notably she sells back a stable of ponies to forget all of the characters' names. It's 2 books ago, but she sells back to a small herd of ponies to a man who sold them to her now deceased father. And she states her price, which is $325. And this man, in dealing with a 14-year-old girl, tries every trick in the book to move her price down, and she stays fast, and she gets it. And not only does she get it, but when she sells those ponies, she ends up coming back to buy one that she needs for her journey. And she gets it at a better deal than what she sold it as. Lovely, strong character, old soul in a young body, really wonderful archetype. And she always tells the truth, even when in a dire situation, where the man that she hires, Rooster Cogburn, who has true grit, there's 2 instances where they could lie to better their situation. Rooster has snuffed out a couple of people connected to Cheney that are hiding in a dugout, and he tells them that there's 50 people surrounding their cabin, that they need to come back, and that they need to give up, come out, when in fact there's only 2 men and a 14-year-old girl. However, whenever Maddie Ross is, spoiler alert, captured in basically Act 3 of the book. Hey, what's up, y'all? Hi, Samantha and Monique Lee and Gabriel. They came to snuff the rooster. Oh, God. Love those lyrics. But don't make me sing. Oh, man, it makes me want to sing on that, but I won't. I can't have less followers than I already have. But, new cam? Oh, maybe, yeah, I'm a little pink, aren't I? Let me try these filters. One moment. Everybody stand by while I take notes. Hey, how's it going, KL? How you doing? Let me go to my properties, my filters. There's a color correction on. Turn it off. Turn it off. Close. Oh, that is better. Excellent. I mean, you can't tell on the live stream. But hey, on the live stream, if you want the big horizontal picture, I'm going to be doing some live writing as I go on today. Be sure to visit me on twitch.tv or my YouTube live channel if you want to see me write today. Okay. So, oh, yeah, I was talking about True Grit. True Grit. Whenever Maddie Ross is captured, she has the ability to lie to better her own position, but instead she just tells the truth. Whenever somebody asks her who is outside of the cabin that they have her held hostage in, she just says it's Rooster Cogburn and I forget the Texan's name, LaBeef, the ranger from Texas. And of course, admits that that their team is outnumbered by the antagonist. Yet, the way that she prevails and the way that she never gives up, and even upon looking back from her omniscient perspective, there was nothing that she ever second guessed about herself. She was always true to her character and to the reality that she lived in, and she was very principled and had an immense amount of integrity, which I would call grit, from a young age. And Portis, the author of True Grit, just did a masterful job. And I recommend anybody who is interested in jumping in, getting more, who's maybe getting more interested in reading, try on True Grit for size. It's very direct. Really immerses you in the late 18th, really immerses you in the late 18th century, and is just a beautiful story. I found myself almost like holding back some tears on the way to my driving to my job. In the end, all of the mechanics work, all the elements work. Oh my god. You guys are lighting it up in the chat today. All right, let's see who's on Twitch. Oh, thank you, thank you, for the note on the color correction. Yeah, I was wondering what was going on there. I feel like this angle is not the best whenever it comes to live, though. How about this? Okay, I think that's better. You can see my dog's toys in the background. Yeah, I'm a writer. I write short stories, I write screenplays, mostly, and I also am writing my first novel. So thank you for asking. Appreciate you and your interest. Be sure to like, subscribe if you want to follow me on the journey, or also if you actually want to see the work happen. Feel free to go to my twitch.tv/Derrick Denicola Writer, or follow me on my YouTube live for the ad-free experience and getting the same thing. And speaking of writing, one of the things writers like to do is procrastinate. However, time for procrastination is over. It's time to start working. So, with that being said, let's start. Give me 1 second here. Thank you so much. Appreciate your patience. There we are. And my pages. Be right there. Okay, so here we are as writers with the big inevitable blank page. Oh my god. Asking KL, are you a writer? Love to know if you are. I have written a short story about Bolognese. Thank you for asking, Gabe. You know, sometimes we play a game on here that's similar to a telephone game, I guess. Whenever you just say a line, pass it down, somebody else has to write the next sentence. I don't know exactly what you would call that. But whenever that happens, stories get a little weird. All right, y'all. Let's start this. Let's start this puppy, shall we? I really am coming in very dry, feeling very rusty. I haven't written all week, and have to kind of kickstart my brain here. Let's get going on the blank page. Today is March 3rd, 2026, just for good measure. And we need to write something. Hey, maybe since we're active in the chat, maybe we could do a little improv writing. Somebody want to give me a location? Anybody interested in doing it the old-fashioned way? That's a callback. Love it. Let's see. Hello, Half-Blood Wiz. YT? How's it going? Good to see you. Keep going? Okay, great. Will do. If you want, feel free to join me on Twitch, YouTube Live as we begin writing. Does anybody want to give me a location? A location for this work of original fiction that we're going to create out of thin air. A story always needs a few things, right? We need a location, we need a character at the very least, characters preferable to build a little relationship dynamic would be nice, right? And where's the relationship? And then eventually we'll get to character wants. And at some point we'll have to write a beginning, a middle, and an end. For those of you who are more advanced writers, you know, your Act 1, your Act 2, your Act 3, the classic story arcs. So, here, let's just pick one. I'll pick New Orleans, since I'm from Louisiana. They always say write what you know. I've been there, so I can write about it at least a little bit. We have Shirley. Shirley is a character that comes to mind. Let's say she is a baker. Shirley is a baker. Her beignet shop. Whoops. It's been struggling. Tourism has dwindled. And what else? I don't know. Let's throw like something fun into the mix. Maybe her son has come home from being discharged from the military. So now we have a second character, right? We have Shirley. We have the story of her son. Let's call him John. John came home from serving, hey, maybe in the Middle East, since that seems to be effing timeless, huh? He is readjusting to civilian life. But also, you know, doesn't have a home of his own, is getting back on his feet, looking for purpose. And, I don't know, let's maybe have I don't know why, but I want to put like, what do you call those silver people, the gold people, the street performer? Let's give Ned, silver man, street performer. Always in character, robotic. Okay, so we have a relationship here we have Shirley, John, Ned, relationship. We have a mother-son relationship. The nature of the relationship. Things aren't what they used to be. Shirley and John are looking for ways to reconnect. They love each other, but have maybe they love each other, but only know their past selves. Right? My mom from 5 years ago might not be the way my mom behaves this year. You know, new friends, new political ideologies. Living statue artist. That's it. That's it. He's a living statue artist. That's right. That's right. So we have a mother-son relationship. And then I think part of me, and maybe this is low-hanging fruit, but you know what they say about low-hanging fruit? It's still fruit, okay? So, I'm gonna say mentor-mentee relationship. John finds an unlikely friend and ally in Ned. And Ned finds, just for brevity, the son he never had. Not actually his son. Maybe that's the kind of relationship we're going for here. And then, what does the character want? Well, we know John, I think, wants to be respected for his service. Wants things to be the way they were when he left. And Shirley wants her little boy back, but is dealing with a say war-torn / veteran young man. And let's say, what does Ned want? Ned? He talks about the son he never had, but Ned has trouble connecting. So if Ned has trouble connecting, and maybe it's not only because he acts like a robot, but maybe he is emotionally a robot. You know, Ned wants to connect to someone emotionally, but has trouble finding anyone who will give him the time of day, so to speak. Okay, so we have a list of characters. We're kind of learning about them. We have a beginning where maybe Shirley is stressed out about making perfect beignets. Because if they're not perfect, she can't sell them. And but since John doesn't have a job, he wants to be useful. Therefore, tries to help her, but ruins the process. Shirley needs, let's see, so John ruins a batch. Shirley and John get into it, you know. John leaves to take a walk, cool off. Right, and then we have, that'll be the beginning. That's kind of how we start our story, in the middle of some conflict. That's nice. And let's see, maybe the middle will be, you know, it's the fun and games. We kind of like we get to see New Orleans. We get to indulge the senses, sights, sounds, touch, taste, smell, etc. Maybe John has no money to indulge in anything fun. You know, it'd be a really cool save the cat moment is, you know, if money is struggling, maybe he picks up some loose change he finds on the ground, or maybe like maybe less than change, maybe more than change, crumpled up $1, something. Still can't buy anything for $1. He tosses it in the living statue artist donation box. Statue artist comes to life, plays a wonderful tune on a saxophone. Maybe punk kid steals from donation box. Then we have John runs down kid. Kid is scared. Ned tells John not to worry about it. Ned and John have a nice conversation on the way back to the donation spot, or maybe back to Ned's corner. They shake hands. John tells Ned to come see him sometime. In the end, maybe we can kind of jump through time. Ned has changed his corner to be in front of Shirley's beignet stand. Traffic is picked up. Cash is flowing. not good, but not as bad as it was. John and Shirley work together. Shirley bakes. John serves. Found family tone established. Something like that. Okay, so that's just, having to make up something. And now we have characters. We have what these characters want. We have a location. We have a beginning, we have a middle, and we have an end. And now we have to write the darn thing. So I'll just draw a little line here so we can kind of see, so we can separate the prose from the notes, so to speak. Hi, Rice? What's going on? How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for joining the chat. I know you can't see because you're on YouTube Live, but if you want, you can always hop over to the twitch.tv, Derrick Denicola live stream, or youtube.com/@Derrick Denicola for a nice visual representation of the writing that I'm doing. But if you just want to hear me ramble about writing, we can do that too. Happy to do it. Glad to do it. Love to do it. It's what I do. But happy to have you here. Are you a writer as well? Is that why you stopped scrolling on this lovely vertical channel? Okay. I want to ask. One second. Just answering a few things. So okay, so sometimes you just have to start. Okay, so, one thing that I just did, because I am not a baker, I did look up the recipe for beignets. Yes, they are fried donuts, essentially, without a hole in the center, caked with powdered sugar. However, as many times as I've eaten them, I've never had to make them. I've always been happy to have them. Now, I'm sure Shirley is in competition with Café du Monde, but let's just call it maybe Shirley's beignet shop. I almost want to put an E on the end like that. But let's kind of welcome the readers into New Orleans. That's a little bit of a note there. Shirley. We have a last name. I don't want to call her Baker because she is a baker. You know, that would be. But Baker's a nice last name. Let me look around for a last name to steal. How about a random author on a book? Let's see. Not Shakespeare. Everybody. Okay. An old playwright. I'll call her Shirley Wilbur. Underneath the wrought iron balcony, the bird dripping Shirley Wilbur. Single mother, baker. And once jovial. I say once jovial. Now, once jovial. Now dry it off. Plastic chairs. And draped red and white, checkered tablecloths. Tablecloths over in anticipation for the day's customers. That's a hefty sentence, isn't it? Underneath the wrought iron balcony with ferns dripping dew onto her shoulders, Shirley Wilbur, single mother, baker, and then once jovial. I'll just say single mother and baker. Now dried off plastic chairs and draped red and white checkered table cloths. In anticipation of the day's customers. John Wilbur. Wrote to help her. He was already awake, truth be told. His military routine had yet to leave his body. He was up with the sun, dressed, exercised, ready for orders. He had felt a little disappointed to be up before his mom. His memories of her had led him to believe she never slept. She had always tucked him in at night and awoken him in the morning for school with her now, with her infamous beignets. Let's see, what's that beignet recipe? Everyone loved his mama's. She had always used evaporated milk and touch of cinnamon to set hers apart from the rest. You should sell these. Her friends would harp. You'd make $1 million. I'd buy these. They had all said. But now, and now let's keep. We're writing. Yeah. What are we writing about? We're making it up, KL. Honestly, we're making up a story as we go along. So I could tell you what I'm writing about, but I can't tell you exactly how it's going to turn out. I can tell you that we're writing about a mother-son relationship. Shirley and John. Shirley is a baker. John is a veteran recently coming home to normie life, right? And we're eventually going to meet Ned, one of those gold statue, silver statue, street performer, living statue men, right? But yeah, we're just gonna give ourselves, you know, an hour to write this tale and see how it goes. But we have a beginning, we have a middle, we have an end. This is why it's nice to outline. If I ever get a little lost or sidetracked in what I want to do or write, I can always go back to the outline, and the outline tells you what to do. Excusez-moi. Sobikin, what's up? Yeah, thank you, thank you. Scrolls? You're crashing? Oh man, that's okay. It's a pleasure to have you, even just for a second. Scrolls, before you go and crash out, I just want you to know, I was watching those videos, I was trying to set up my restream, the Adium thing. I'm just so busy that I don't really have time outside of my stream time to work on stuff for the stream. I tried to do it in the 30 minutes before. I got hung up on like 1 or 2 steps, but it looks good, and I can't wait to get it up and running. As soon as I have some time to really sit down and figure it out, I think it's going to be a really fun way to stream. So thank you for those videos. I've got all the plugins plugged in. It's just user error. Sorry. Okay. Let's see. Am I talking to me here? Let's see. Sorry. I have to go to my YouTube chat. I don't want to neglect any of my YouTube babies. this one. Oh. 2 of these? Interesting. Okay. Is this a different stream? Yeah, I don't know, Gabe. I don't know what's happening here. That is a good question. Don't know why that happened. Is this a different? You have 3 streams on YouTube? I'm guessing so. I guess so. I don't know. I don't know how it's happening. Quite frankly. It's all a mess. Anywho. Anywho. Gotcha. Yeah, I understand. I've been nonstop arting with barely even time to apply to, so I get it for sure. That's the main issue. I have a ton I need to get done. I want to make a custom t-shirt art for a huge client. Nice, make that money, Scrolls. I'm really pressed, but I'll look into Gemini. So maybe the issue is I'll set it up on my OBS too. It should be easy for me to set up just because I do this way too much. Thanks guys, I appreciate you. And for looking out for me, Scrolls, yeah, go get your rest, take care of yourself. So Big and Live said it best. We believe in you. We know you can do it. Okay, so with that being said, let's keep going. Oh, yeah, I kind of got out of my flow here. Now in the, oh, the chicory filled morning air. Beer soaked wood. Wooden chairs. Oh wait. Wooden table. It's completely empty of anything resembling $1 million industry, pastry industry. Perhaps as the popularity of Café du Monde. Perhaps was the makeshift location she had to find after the flood. You know, like, tucked away behind the, what do you call it? Garden District greenery. It's hard to, I don't think Garden District, you know, tucked away. in an alley off Magazine Street. People. She found that most people didn't like to, maybe most tourists didn't like to veer from the main roads, from the main streets. Those pickpockets and charlatans. Make it tough for everyone. Make it tough for everybody. She claimed unprompted. Sweeping away magnolia petals on the sidewalk. Let's see. Back to the okay, kind of got that set up. Now let's go back to our beginning. She's really stressed out about making perfect beignets, but not perfect. She can't sell them as John doesn't have a job. He wants to be useful. John ruins a batch. How does John ruin a batch if he's military trained and he wants to be useful? He's not dumb. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. So here's what we can do. Based on the recipe, we can go, shouting John. How are they looking? They don't look like yours. No, not that. They look stiff. Like sad little pillows. John replied, pulling the slightly over browned dough from the fryer. Shirley came rushing in. Shooing John away. What did you do? This is way too much. Whoops, what did you do? Nothing. This is way too much flour. I added some because they felt too sticky. You're supposed to feel sticky. Get out. I get you. Can't afford to lose another batch. Just trying to help. I think that's implied. I think nobody does this. John resigned. About faced and walked out the door. Okay. Okay, so that kind of has like the beignets going. Here we go. Inanishi. Did I say that right? Itanishi. Itanishi, hello. How's it going? Well, here we go. Scroll's gonna share some art in Discord. Get us some freebies too. Yeah, if anything's for free, I'll take it. Okay, let's keep going. I want to finish this story. I'll do a little editing, and then we've got to move. We've just got to move today. I don't know what else to say. John resigned, about-faced, and walked out the door. Things hadn't been the same since he had come home. In his platoon, he had been so useful. Private platoon. Without my experience of being in the Army, this is just kind of something that I would Google, right? So I have not served in the military, but if we're talking about like an infantry style platoon, let's see, things that people would do. You would had carried gear miles. Pulled card. Where's this sector? Controlled access points. Provided convoy support. Maintained crowd control during multiple civil uprisings. He couldn't figure out a donut. There's no place for him here. Strolled past snowball stand, cashier, drizzling neon green syrup on a freshly ground ice. And caught a whiff of the river funk. Water pushing algae. Whoops. Against. Nope. Against. Why can't my fingers right against the shore? Strangely, it made him crave a Sazerac. Oh, what's going on with the throat, y'all? Excusez-moi. Wonder why. Am I misspelling Sazerac? I feel like I know how to fucking write Sazerac. Okay, I think Pages just doesn't know what a Sazerac is, and so I'm gonna ignore that. If he had the money to bury his nose in the glass and let the brown liquid the ethereal dissonance had been feeling ever since getting off the plane. If he could find a job of a place of his own. Loved his mom. But they had grown into slightly different people when he was away. Excuse me. Well, let's put our character stuff in. We wrote our character things like doesn't have a home and the back of his feet, looking for purpose towards the enjoyable somehow. Maybe this is a place to put that jovialness. No. He had known Shirley to be a jovial character. a wide brim woman constantly scooting around town, helping out her friends, playing bridge with her bridge club every Thursday night. And singing along with the radio. And she cooked in the evening. She'd make she'd have made a wonderful mascot for some I almost want to say like cereal, but that's wrong. I mean, like cereal uses like animal. I'm thinking like a Mr. Clean or something like that, right? Like some household detergent brand or some brand of household detergent. He changed he supposed if I were to look at me through her eyes, I'd wonder where that little boy, where her little boy had gone. One that never challenged her or offered her advice or told her better ways to save and spend her money for long-term growth. For retirement, something like that, yeah. A streetcar clacked by. He waited. After it passed, he noticed something standing, something like green, tumbling from the edge of the track. $1. picked it up and smoothed it out. Glanced around to see if anyone scouring the ground for their missing currency. Nothing. No one. It was his. No rules. Let's see. Kept strolling along. Following the sound of church bells in the distance. Wondering what one could even buy with $1 these days. A beer? No. An oyster? No. $1 was no good without at least none other of its friends. John let out a sigh. Folded up the $1 and tossed it into a small cardboard donation box. That sat in front of a living statue. The man was painted head to toe in gold. I said silver? I said silver. His hat, sunglasses, his lips, his nails. Every visible part of him. John wondered if he was gold. Remind me of parts that weren't visible. Upon the $1 hitting the box, man jostled to life. Tiny, precise, robotic movements. It's as if the statue was a relic of the past. It moved like something that used to work well, but had aged into something clunky. Every jerking limb was a shrill whistle. That indicated the robotic nature of each gesture. The man walked against the wind, tipped his hat, and brought his gold saxophone to his lips. He squeaked out a rather lovely eight bars of oh, what's the Louis Armstrong song? Oh, what a wonderful world. John's small applause came to an abrupt stop. As a young kid, a face full of piercings, ran by and snatched the donations. In that moment, John's training, John's military instinct came rushing back to him, and he took off after the thief. Okay. Let's see, how are we doing, by the way? Itanshi. I feel like if my life were a book, all the signs are poetically pushing me towards learning French. Ooh, French is lovely. Like, not just finding a French streamer, but just random uses of French. The big one, though, I qualify for Canadian citizenship. Not sure how much I want that. Well, it depends on where you live, Itanshi. If you feel like you have to bail out of a war-torn country for Canada, maybe very essential, right? Never know. And also, it's just lovely to learn another language, isn't it? My Spanish is mediocre, but I've always loved how French sounds. I do think French would be really cool. Okay, cool, excellent. Well, you're already kind of close, aren't you? Yeah, you never know. And also, French is such a romantic language, and it just gets a different part of your brain working to think in another language. It's frustrating and challenging, but I feel like it does open you up in some sort of cool ways. Okay. Let's keep going, shall we? A state away or so. Yeah. But still, I mean, closer than people in the southern United States. Detroit. Detroit. Some lovely people from Detroit that I know. Who also really love Faygo. Has anybody had Faygo? Huh? Anybody in the stream have Faygo? Really sugary. Really delicious though. Probably do half a can or half a bottle, you know, and then done. Any more than that, I'll be diabetic. In that moment, John's military instinct came rushing back to him, and he took off after the thief. Oh yeah, let's put Ned behind him. Behind him. Ned. Not Ned. We don't know his name is Ned yet. Behind him. A living statue became surprisingly alive and fluid with the jarring natural motions of jarring natural motions with jarring natural motions. John could see him out the corner of his eye, and him struggling to keep his saxophone from wildly swinging into his silver face, silver cheek. Ooh. Steps away. Now, inches away, John reached out and grabbed the young man's duster by the collar. Feeling he was caught, and the young punk dropped the donations. Held his arms back and surrendered his coat to John's hand as he slipped free, hopped the fence. Let him go. We don't need more trouble. Oops, we need more trouble. What we got? Man bellowed. And behind him bellowed. Have a breath. Leaning down, grabbing the box, and turning it over to the living statue. John, for the first time, saw the saw the man's skin exposed. In secret, folds of his collar and sleeves. It's not silver everywhere. John thought. Not silver everywhere. Boom. Okay, and then we have goodness. There you go. I keep forgetting that this chat is on Tuesdays. It's all good. It's all good. I'm just glad you're here there. I'm glad you're here there. Glad you're there. Glad you're here. Whatever, Carrie Ann. Nice to have you. Okay, so for anybody who is on the stream and if you have not liked and subscribed, go ahead and do that. Take some time. Take some time to go and like, subscribe, follow, depending on which medium you're on, which streaming service you're on. It always helps me out and costs you nothing, you know? Carrie Ann says, got some news. My first draft has officially been turned in for polite company with the professors. I was one of only 2 people in the cohort of 15 to actually hit the deadline. Carrie Ann, 1, congratulations. If you're in the chat, give Carrie Ann her props. Finishing anything is huge. Finishing in a cohort of 15 other writers and meeting your deadline says so much about who you are. If anybody ever goes to a professor and says, do you have any new emerging writers that maybe would be a good fit for my writer's room, or who could maybe ghostwrite, blah, 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 blah. The people who actually meet deadlines are going to be considered first. Not to mention, if you are new to the chat and haven't seen Carrie Ann's work, she's super talented. So, in effect, she's the kind of writer that you want to hire, right? Meets deadlines and is good at the craft. Congratulations, Carrie Ann. It's a big deal and should be treated as such. And I hope you do something nice for yourself. You know, get the extra shot of espresso in the coffee, get the slice of chocolate cake, or you know, it doesn't have to be food related. Take yourself to a movie, buy some cool new clothes, do something to reward yourself for that. Because in school, you don't really get the reward other than satisfaction, but you've earned it. And it's a really great excuse to do something nice for yourself. And got some news. Oh yeah, and Eilish, our TV instructor, used my one-page pitch for Backcountry as a class example of what to do. Yes! Yes, exactly. And if your friends from your class ever come up to you and be like, how did you do that? Well, you tell them to come and visit Derrick Denicola Writer stream. Or you can keep it our little secret and stay ahead of your class if you want to. But you did a lot of work on that and really nailed it. You even came in with a pretty good creative pitch deck. Was it a creative pitch deck? I think that's what we called it. So, you know, you've always been starting from a good place. So I'm not really worried about you, but also just congratulations again. It's super cool. Let's keep going. We have our own deadline to meet. I'm gonna get through this short story. Let's see. Yeah, let's, okay. Okay. All right. So, not silver everywhere, John thought. Ned extended his hand naturally, non-robotically is what I'm trying to say. Ned. Thank you for calm down. Ned rooted around in the box and gathered up a stack of dollars to hand to John. John waved them away. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Okay. I appreciate it though. Ned nudged the dollars forward again, and John shoved his hands. Whoops! Shoved his hands in his pockets to demonstrate his willingness to take them. And shrugged and they started their walk back to the square. Maybe, John, no problem. You know how brief men are in their interactions with one another. Hey, what are you doing? I'll tell you what I'm doing, Fandalicia. Fandalicia. I'm writing a short story now. You can't see it because, well, you're on YouTube live and vertical isn't really suited to short story writing, but I'll point my camera here at my computer real fast. There we go. But if you decide that you want to check out what I'm actually writing in real time, you can join my Twitch live stream, or you can join my YouTube live stream if you want to do it ad-free. So you can follow along in this story that we're creating. Basically, we are making up a story. I'm just writing a piece of fiction in under an hour. And I'm running out of time, but I really need to wrap it up. Ends up being around 2 or 3 pages. It's just an exercise that I do to kind of get warmed up for the day. And also, I have a nice little story at the end of each of these streams. So Right now, we're writing a story set in New Orleans about a mother and son. Mother has a struggling beignet shop, which is a famous pastry in New Orleans, like a fried donut caked with powdered sugar. And we have her son John, who is freshly home from the military, who is struggling to find his place in the world, connect with his mom, and he's just had an incident where he chased down some young punk kid who stole a donation box from a living statue artist. But yeah, so let's, how do we end this story? Let me go back to my outline. My outline says, middle New Orleans, no money to indulge, can't buy anything for $1, do everything that I said that I would do. It's all done. Jump through time. Ned has changed his corner to be, changed the corner to be in front of the Shirley Beignet shop. Shirley's Beignet shop. Okay. Okay. So, so we kind of got to get some quick sage advice in here, right? Before, for their walk back. You're fast. Who's the fastest hunter in my regiment? You served. Yeah. Thank you for your service. Everybody says that. He felt compelled to say, "You're welcome." But couldn't muster it. And seemed to sense this. You good, young one? How about just you good? I think so. I will be. My father was a man. That said, it was hard for him when he came back. Oh, you know what? I was a military man. It was hard for me when I came back. What I eventually learned was that In the service, you belonged because the uniform. Out here, you belong because show up. Show up for the people you care about. Show up for yourself. You build your own unit. I didn't know why, but this silver stranger seemed to pierce his mind. Pierce through his defenses. A sharpshooter that directly spoke to the inner workings of his emotions. The inner workings are emotions. I'll just say his inner workings. Now, had he known was the street performer also a second? Finally, John blurted. Finally, John blurted, I thought things would be different. I thought fighting for my country would give me respect, sort of safety. But I'm now living with my own. Now, much money at all. It doesn't make sense that life is like this, right? Ned mashed his lips together. Thinking and squeezing his mouth. Thinking and squeezing his mouth. Y'all. We're so close. I just have to come up with some really great sage wisdom. Look. Out here, nobody hands you a purpose. That's the trick. In the service, I give you a uniform, a mission, place to stand, a place to stand. On the street, I gotta build that for myself every day. Same corner, same time, same little rituals. My advice: pick one corner. Show up. People get used to you. Let you get used to you. And don't confuse a quiet life with a meaningless one. Now, back at Ned's silver corner, John shook his hand and thanked him for the talk. Days later, after a few days had passed, John woke up. And his push-ups. Brushed his teeth. Got dressed. Dried the plastic chairs. And donned the red and white checkered table cloth. Swept the sidewalk. Had small breakfast of eggs and fruit ready for his mom. He stood beside her and listened to her talk of her high school days, how bad she used to be. Although, to him, none of the things she did were ever really that bad. And okay, Let's see. Let's get that. Beignet recipe back. He watched her. He listened to her sing along with the radio as she mixed the water and sugar. He applied for jobs online while she whisked eggs, evaporated milk, salt, and butter into a soft dough. Warmed up the oil for the fryer while she rested her feet. John had just turned the closed sign around to reveal the word open in big orange font. Down the alleyway, he could hear a saxophone, play 8 bars of What a Wonderful World. And knew Ned was there. Drawing in the tourists. Off Magazine Street. Okay, that's it. That's just the story. That's how we do it. Let's call it Shirley's Beignet Shop, I guess. I don't know. I can always rename it, but that's it. We wrote a short story in under an hour by providing ourselves with the necessary tools to do so. The location, some characters, the relationship of these characters, what these characters want, and giving ourselves a beginning and a middle and an end. And I just put this here as a reminder, but here we go. I'm just gonna read this out loud and then we're gonna start editing the novel. That's a little bit more of a dense project because it's set in 16th century England. Okay, so let me check the chat before we go on. Oh yeah. Thank you. Let's see here. We have underneath the wrought iron balcony with ferns dripping dew onto her shoulders, Shirley Wilbur, single mother and baker, now dried off plastic chairs and draped red and white checkered tablecloths in anticipation of the day's customers. John Wilbur woke to help her. He was already awake, truth be told. His military routine had yet to leave his body. He was up with the sun, dressed, exercised, ready for orders. He had felt a little disappointed to be up before his mom. His memories of her had led him to believe she never slept. She had always tucked him in at night and awoken him in the morning for school with her infamous beignets. Everyone loved his mama's beignets. She had always used evaporated milk and a touch of cinnamon to set hers apart from the rest. "You should sell these," her friends would harp. "You'd make $1 million. I'd buy these," they had all said. But now, in the chicory-filled morning air, the beer-soaked wooden table was completely empty of anything resembling $1 million pastry industry. Perhaps it was the popularity of Café du Monde. Perhaps it was the makeshift location she had to find after the flood. Tucked away in an alley off Magazine Street, she found that most tourists didn't like to veer from the main streets. I'll just say veer too far. She found that most tourists didn't like to veer too far. "Those pickpockets and charlatans make it tough for everybody," she claimed, unprompted, sweeping away magnolia petals from the sidewalk. Shirley turned over her shoulder, shouting to John, "How are they looking?" "They look stiff, like sad little pillows," John replied, pulling the slightly overbrowned dough from the fryer. Shirley came rushing in, shooing John away. "What did you do?" "This is way too much flour. I added some because they felt too sticky." "They're supposed to feel sticky. Get out of my kitchen. We can't afford to lose another batch." John, resigned, about-faced, and walked out the door. Things hadn't been the same since he had come home. In his platoon, he had been so useful. He had carried gear for miles, pulled guard, watched his sector, controlled access points, provided convoy support, had maintained crowd control during multiple civil uprisings, and he couldn't figure out a donut. There was no place for him here. He strolled past a snowball stand, the cashier drizzling neon green syrup on the freshly ground ice. He caught a whiff of the river funk, the muddy water pushing algae against the shore. Strangely, it made him crave a Sazerac. If he had had the money, he'd love to bury his nose in the glass and let the brown liquid numb the ethereal dissonance he had been feeling ever since getting off the plane. If he could find a job, he'd love a place of his own. He loved his mom, but they had grown into slightly different people while he was away. He had known Shirley to be a jovial character, a wide-grinned woman constantly scooting around town, helping out her friends, playing bridge with her bridge club every Thursday night, and singing along with the radio when she cooked in the evening. She'd have made a wonderful mascot for some brand of household detergent. He changed too, he supposed. If I were to look at me through her eyes, I'd wonder where her little boy had gone, the one that never challenged her or offered her advice or told her better ways to save and spend her money for retirement. A streetcar clacked by. He waited. After it passed, he noticed something light, green, tumbling from the edge of the track. $1. He picked it up and smoothed it out. He glanced around to see if anyone was scouring the ground for their missing currency. Nothing. No one. It was his. NOLA rules. He kept strolling along, following the sound of church bells in the distance, wondering what one could even buy with $1 these days. A beer? No. An oyster? No. $1 was no good without at least 9 of its friends. John let out a sigh, folded up the $1, and tossed it into a small cardboard donation box that sat in front of a living statue. The man was painted head to toe in silver. His hat, his sunglasses, his lips, his nails, every visible part of him. John wondered if he was silver, gold, if he was silver on the parts that weren't visible. Upon the $1 hitting the box, the man jostled to life, tiny, precise robotic movements. It's as if the statue was a relic of the past. It moved like something that used to work well, but had aged into something clunky. With every jerking limb, there was a shrill whistle that indicated the robotic nature of each gesture. The man walked against the wind, tipped his hat, and brought his gold saxophone to his lips. Period. He squeaked out a rather lovely 8 bars of What a Wonderful World. John's small applause came to an abrupt stop as a young kid with a face full of piercings ran by and snatched the donations. In that moment, John's military instinct came rushing back to him, and he took off after the thief. Behind him, the living statue became surprisingly alive and fluid with jarring natural motions. John could see him out of the corner of his eye, him struggling to keep his saxophone from wildly swinging into his silver cheek. Now, inches away, John reached out and grabbed the young man's duster by the collar. Feeling he was caught, the young punk dropped the donations and held his arms back and surrendered his coat to surrender his coat to John's hand as he slipped free and hopped a fence. Let him go. We don't need more trouble than what we got, the man behind him bellowed, out of breath. Let's see. Oh, hey! What's up? I'm curious, do you play D&D? I have played D&D in the past. Yes. I don't play often, but I do enjoy a game of D&D whenever I can. Squeeze it into my schedule. Yeah. You got that vibe? Well, that's cool. Hey, I consider that a compliment. I think D&D players are awesome, personally. Not to mention, amazing story. Novels are too hard. Novellas, maybe not my thing. Maybe poetry isn't me. But I really love video games, and I love Lord of the Rings, and I love fantasy, and I love sci-fi. D&D is a really great gateway into storytelling. Taking a character, assigning that character a goal, and through chance and through guidance, through your dungeon master narrator, creating a journey, a hero's journey, literally. Fair to assume you're from the West Coast as well. Yeah! I mean, I wasn't born here, but I've certainly, after this year, will have lived here longer than I lived in the state that I'm from, which is a wild thing to comprehend. You know, you always say, oh, I was born and raised here. It's like, well, I actually spent more time in the place that I moved to, so now where am I really from? You know? Let's keep reading. Let's get through this so we can start editing here. Let him go. We don't need any more trouble than what we got, the man behind him bellowed, out of breath. Leaning down, grabbing the box and turning it over to the living statue, John for the first time saw the man's skin exposed in the secret folds of his collar and sleeves. He's not silver everywhere, John thought. The man extended his hand non-robotically. I'm Ned. Thank you for chasing him down. John, no problem. Ned rooted around in the box and gathered up a stack of dollars to hand to John. John waved them away. I wouldn't. I can't. I appreciate it, though. Ned nudged the dollars forward again, and John shoved his hands in his pockets to demonstrate his unwillingness to take them. Ned shrugged, and they started their walk back to the square. You're fast. I was the fastest runner in my regiment. You served? Yeah. Thank you for your service. He felt compelled to say, you're welcome, but couldn't muster it. Ned seemed to sense this. You good? I think so. I will be. I was a military man, Ned said. It was hard for me when I came back, What I eventually learned was that in the service, you belong because of the uniform, but out here, you belong because you show up. You show up for the people you care about. You show up for yourself. You build your own unit. He didn't know why, but the silver stranger seemed to pierce through his defenses, a sharpshooter that directly spoke to his inner workings. How had he known? Was the street performer also a psychic? Finally, John blurted, I thought things would be different. I thought fighting for my country would give me respect, some sort of sense of safety, but I'm living with my mom. I don't have very much money at all. It doesn't make sense that life is like this, right? Ned mashed his lips together, thinking and squeezing his mouth. Look, out here, nobody hands you a purpose. That's the trick. In the service, they give you a uniform, a mission, a place to stand. On the street, I gotta build that for myself every day. Same corner, same time, same little rituals. My advice? My advice. Pick one corner, show up, let people get used to you, let you get used to you. And don't confuse a quiet life with a meaningless one. Now, back at Ned's silver corner, John shook his hand and thanked him for the talk. After a few days had passed, John woke up, did his push-ups, brushed his teeth, got dressed, dried the plastic chairs, and donned the red and white checkered tablecloth. He swept the sidewalk and had a small breakfast of eggs and fruit ready for his mom. He stood beside and listened to her talk of her high school days and how bad she used to be, although to him none of the things she did were ever really that bad. Well, she mixed the water and the sugar. He listened to her talk, and then she whisked. She applied for jobs as she warmed up the oil. Okay, so I listened to her while she mixed the water and the sugar. He listened to her talk of her high school days and how bad she used to be, although to him none of the things she did were ever really that bad. He listened to her sing along with the radio as she whisked eggs, evaporated milk, salt, and butter into a soft dough. He applied for jobs as she warmed up the oil for the fryer he applied for jobs as she warmed up the fryer. He studied how long it took for the dough to rise as she rested her feet. John had just ready to now start. Just as the sun burned up the mist of the Mississippi, John turned the closed sign around to reveal the word open in big orange font. Down the alleyway, he could hear a saxophone play 8 bars of What a Wonderful World, and knew Ned was there, drawing in the tourists off Magazine Street. Okay, here we go. It's all about the vibe. The known Dark Senate. What about you? Tell me about your vibe. Do you like to play D&D as well? I mean, if you know about D&D and are asking about it, you must be a player, right? Okay, so we did it. We wrote an original short story in under an hour. That's kind of crazy. And yeah, that's fun. Now let's take a moment, shall we, just to reset ourselves. I can't really just jump in from one thing to the next. I have to, you know, walk in a small circle, grab something to drink. Oh wait, let me brighten it up a little bit. Grab something to drink, perhaps, and allow my brain to kind of recalculate what I'm about to do. Second here. Ooh, didn't mean to do that. Let me adjust my light. How's everybody else doing? How's everybody in the chat? What are you guys writing these days? Talk to me. Let me know. There we go. Oh my goodness. Ah. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, love to hear from you guys just for a moment while I take a little breather. One moment. Let's have a little healthy juice, shall we? I don't know about you guys, but it's been a hell of a week. Okay, so another thing that we do on the chat is I edit my novel. To be quite frank, let's pull that bad boy up. It's been a while. Here we go. Pages. And let's switch this to this. Okay. All right. Oops. One moment while I adjust. There we go. That's much better looking, I think. Don't you think? I think. Okay. Vertical stream is coming through faster than all the others. Wow, what a change of pace. Mook, I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. I can tell you about writing, but I cannot tell you about the internet and OBS software. I'm just barely hanging on by a thread. Thank you for letting me know. I just don't know what to do about it. And Scrolls is gone, and he's my IT guy. And it is what it is, baby. It is what it However, it's novel editing time. Also, Mook, tell me about how you're doing. What's going on? It's been a while. How's the news cycle? I mean, a lot of crazy news to sort through. Um, don't know how you decide in your budget meeting. There's so many possible clickbaity headlines that you must be able to use. F me. This is one of those days when it's kind of hard to write. Even though we did crush that short story, I think. Oh, okay. Now you're on the Twitch. Excellent. News has been hopping, changes way too quickly. Yeah, I was thinking about that. I watched that last SNL that came on, and how they basically broke the fourth wall literally and mentioned that it's almost as if the SNL staff writers were in a panic when they woke up Saturday morning and Trump had announced that we were going to war with Iran, and they had to write a whole new monologue. Like, oh man, I can't imagine what journalists had to scramble to do. I mean, I guess that's the perk of having online news. You can just kind of constantly update. You don't have to like wait for the next day's paper to come out. But gee golly whiz bang. Let's edit a chapter of this thing. Okay, here we go. We edit by reading. Yeah, it's basically just rolling updates now. Oh. I don't have time for this. The news, I mean. Oops. There we go. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. Chapter 25, The Warning. Where did I leave off? Wake up, do the job, follow the seal, but somewhere along the line he just stopped choosing. He hadn't followed the law, he'd followed the routine. Let it move his hands, let it sign his name. Today, that routine had killed an innocent boy who asked for his mother. Thomas wished he could see his mother again, too. Catherine's voice came out, quiet but steady. You're not the only one who was used, she said. Catherine looked up. Derrick stood. He stepped to the door, unbolted it, and looked into the street. I want to use my name, my hands, and I'll have to do it after I've used them for something that matters. Okay. Right. So I have to... One of the things that I have to figure out, and maybe this is going to happen in this chapter, or maybe it's next week's Derrick's problem, but we have to figure out how to get Catherine to the castle. How did she believably get there? And we don't quite know yet. Also, I've always had this thing that I wanted to do, even whenever I wrote this in screenplay form. Like, we introduce him, this Thomas Derrick character, as being a scoundrel and a pickpocket and a charmer, and he only makes bets that he knows that he can win because of his powers of observation. So I do want to, in his final conflict with Devereaux, kind of do that again, like find a way to work in his powers of observation and have him maybe take something off of Devereaux. I don't know what it can be, but I don't know. We just have to tell the story. The story is going to reveal itself to us. We just have to chip away everything that isn't the story, it would be nice, but sometimes what I want doesn't really matter in the story. Can you believe? So chapter 25, the warning. The sky had started to pink at the edges when Thomas found the trough. It sat outside an abandoned, that's misspelled, stable near the west slope of the city, half frozen, lined with leaves, a dead fly floating on the surface. The surface of what? Just the trough, I guess. He plunged both hands in anyway. The water was numbing. He scooped a handful to his face, then another, then another. It hit like fists, each splash a slap back to himself. His breath came faster. The fog behind his eyes thinned. His fingers gripped the edge of the wood until his knuckles whitened. No more sleeping through it, he thought. No more letting others decide what justice looks like. The horse stood nearby, tied loosely to a rail beside the stable wall. A shaggy thing, gray with a streak of mud down its side, but strong, younger than it looked. A man leaned against the post, chewing something dark and stringy, watching Thomas with one eye squinted. Thomas approached him. Kind sir, I need jewels. What for? Revolution. Funny, the man said. I was just thinking of selling it. Thomas reached into his coat and pulled out everything he had, a few pieces of stamped silver, nothing more. The man's eyes rolled back. What am I trying to do here? I don't know what I had this moment that I had written that doesn't make a lot of sense. Really kind of holds up the story. Listen to this bullshit that I wrote. Thomas reached into his coat, pulled out everything he had, a few pieces of stamped silver, nothing more. The man's eyes rolled back. You'll bring him back? No, Thomas said and swung into the saddle. But I'll remember his name. The man called after him as he kicked the horse into motion. It's Leonard. Thomas rode fast. I think I was being funny or something, but no. I mean, like, you'll bring him back? No is I like, but it still doesn't mean anything. It's just, look, Thomas bought the horse for a few pieces of silver. We don't need to know the horse's name. This it's just an old writer, the older version like this, but it's being a better writer today. I absolutely hated that. It's embarrassing to share. Why does that even make any sense? Okay, Thomas rode fast. Faster than was smart for a muddy road, faster than his body liked. But the mob would be slower, a wave crashing over itself. Too loud, too wide, too many feet, and too many eyes. Devereaux might know how to stir a crowd, but he didn't know how to slip past it. That doesn't make sense, but I do like this. Thomas did. I think that's inferred. He broke from the main road at the old orchard, taking the slope along a river, a narrow trail used mostly by smugglers and shepherd boys, winding behind gardens and slums. It would cut his time nearly in half. The city shrank beneath him, behind him, as he rode. Rooftops, chimneys, smoke, then open grass. The hooves hit harder now. The wind stung. He welcomed it. Behind him, the streets were filling. People armed and hungry for justice they didn't understand. Ahead of him, the castle, the court, the queen. The queen asked for a peach, and someone ran to find one. That was kind of my mother as a fish. I wanted to just do a little something where it's like, well, from the queen's perspective, she does not know what's coming. And what's the short? That was my attempt at baby shoes for sale, never worn. I don't know if I accomplish it, but I like it, and I think that's the important thing. That was a quick chapter. Let's keep going. They chanted his name at first, then they chanted nothing. Now it was just footfalls and the clatter of metal against leather, and the low, uneasy murmur of people wondering what might happen next. Devereaux rode ahead of them, posture high, chin set, eyes fixed on the castle that loomed just beyond the curve of the hill. The morning air stung his throat. His hands gripped the reins loosely, like a man in command of more than just a horse. Behind him, the merchants, the farmers, the sons of fishermen with tools lifted like weapons. Some wore butcher's aprons, some still smelled of coal dust. Many had never held a blade before today. But they were loud when it mattered. Their stomachs churned when Marlowe swung. They had followed when Devereaux raised his arm and called the queen a disillusioned butcherer of her people. That was something. That meant something. Mayrick rode a little behind him, scanning the crowd. Blunt was farther back, shouting orders like he still thought anyone was listening. Devereaux just rode, slow, steady, inevitable, a man returning to claim what had always been his. They passed the boundary stones. He remembered placing them years ago, when Elizabeth still let him stand beside her in court, when she still smiled like she meant it, and meant it. When she still smiled at him and meant it. The city narrowed here. Stone rose on either side. The crowd had to press together. Some muttered, others looked up, uneasy at how high the walls seemed now that they were beneath them. Devereaux kept writing. The castle revealed itself in pieces. First, the upper tower, then the watch line, then the full face of the southern gate. It was shut, bolted, and lined with soldiers. They stood 5 ranks deep, 2 flanks wide, weapons angled outward, halberds and crossbows. Helmets gleamed dull in the sun, visors down. They were silent. A red banner hung still over the gate. No courtier, no message, no attempt to speak, just readiness, just a warning. Devereaux slowed his horse, the clop of hooves striking hollow. Okay. Striking hollow against the paving stones. Behind him, the crowd began to slow too. He scanned the gate, the walls, the guards, no surprise, no scrambling. They had known. Someone had told them. He clenched the reins, jaw tight. He didn't see Thomas Derrick, but the absence was almost louder than a presence. Someone had warned them. He sat in the saddle, calculating. I don't know about this. A man called out from the crowd behind him, not quite loud enough to sound like dissent. They knew we were coming. If you're gonna shout, this will be an exclamation point. Another, what now? Devereaux didn't answer. He kept his eyes on the gate. Someone threw down a pike. The metal clanged sharply against the stones, and that sound, that simple, final sound, broke whatever was left of the spell. Another man lowered a makeshift cudgel. A butcher's boy dropped a fillet knife and then stepped backward, bumping into a woman who clutched a bundle of cloth like it might shield her from the archers above. They've got archers, someone said. They'll kill us. This wasn't supposed to be a war. They're ready, we're not. The voices came fast now. Not loud, but not whispering anymore either. Devereaux stayed on his horse. He kept his eyes on the gate, as if it might change shape if he stared long enough, as if the Queen might emerge to greet him, as if the last hour could somehow be rewound. Blunt turned in his saddle, trying to bark orders, trying to rally something that was already gone. Merrick leaned in. What do we do? Devereaux didn't answer. Someone in the crowd started walking away, then another, then more. Not a panic, just disillusionment. The heavy kind. The kind that leaves without a word. They had come looking for justice, but what they found was certainty. And a certainty backed by crossbows and discipline was something most people wouldn't die to challenge. Devereaux's hands, he turned his horse. The men behind him, Merrick, Blunt, the rest, called after him. He didn't respond. He guided the... Man, he really doesn't do anything. A lot of Devereaux not doing anything. He guided the horse through a side alley, narrow and uneven, the kind meant for tradesmen and waste carts, not for generals and kings. Someone reached for his reins as he passed. What do we do now? The man asked. His eyes were scared. Devereaux didn't look at him. You follow someone else, he said. The alley was darker, the stones slick. He dismounted and tied the horse loosely to a rotted post. It wouldn't stay. He didn't care. There was a doorway ahead, bricked over poorly sometime in the last decade. He ran a hand along the seams and found the faint impression of an emblem, worn down, almost invisible. He pressed his thumb to it. Elizabeth had once shown him this door herself, laughed when he couldn't find the latch, kissed him when he did. He found it again now, with his fingertips. The wall gave way, just enough for a man to slip through. The passage narrowed after 10 paces. Dust coated the flagstones. The torch brackets had long rusted. The air smelled of stone and old beeswax. Devereaux ran a hand along the wall, fingers brushing over worn carvings, symbols half scrubbed from the plaster. His boots scuffed against the ground, and the sound of his own footsteps became the only rhythm left to follow. He knew this way. He had walked it once with her, Elizabeth, when she still trusted him with her secrets, when she still lowered her voice to a whisper in his ear and called him clever, dangerous, and necessary. They had laughed in this tunnel. She had held a lantern. He had told a joke, something about lions in cages. He couldn't remember the punchline. He passed the side door to the kitchens. It was sealed. The stairwell beyond was narrow, steep, lined with a banister so old it bent beneath his palm. At the top, another door, painted once, now chipped. He paused. No guards, no servants, just a corridor on the other side. And if the world was still what it had once been, and if the world was still what it had once been, her, he smoothed his coat, straightened his spine, and reached for the latch. Okay, let's see. That was fine. I don't know. You ever just stop liking your work? It's kind of getting that right now. Just feels a little tedious. Ugh. Okay, how about this? Let me put a pin in this. This is not a good mentality to go into the work with. I really want to enjoy it. I'm going to put an edit line here. I mean, we technically read through 2 chapters, now we're fine. And fine's fine. But let's get back into that digital writer's room, maybe. How do you guys feel about that? Is there anybody left, or did I bore everybody out of the stream? Let's take a small step back. Let's do it. Let's take a small step back. And, yeah. Let's just spend another hour doing a digital writer's room, and maybe we'll call it a little early today. Yeah? Does that sound good? How's everybody doing? Good? Good. Excellent. Hey, how's it going out there in live streaming land? Let's do a digital writer's room. Let me go ahead and pull up my correct pages. Freeform. Love freeform, by the way. Say this all the time. One of my favorite applications. My favorite applications, baby. Infinite digital whiteboard. Boom. We got that going right there. And we have Checkmate, which is our project that we are writing. That's there as well. Over our work. I wonder. Seems to be a little space here. Maybe if you guys don't care about the chat too much, we can do it this way. What do you think? Move over some of our notes, and I'll just move the Final draft underneath me, maybe? Huh? How's that? Get a little bit more done there. Okay. Let me see where everybody is. Also, if you're slumming it on the vertical YouTube live stream, you can come over to the twitch.tv/Derrick Denicola Writer, or you can join me on YouTube Live at Derrick Denicola for an ad-free experience, and you can see all of the stuff that I'm writing that you don't see on this cool little vertical stream because I can't figure out technology. So there you go. There's something still in progress. We're still doing checkmate. It didn't seem like we really got to the end of it. And it was starting to get good, right? We kind of worked through the bad first idea, and then we started getting a little bit more nuanced with it. So let's take a look at all of our stuff, shall we? We seem to be on a new Act 1, 2, and 3, where Rob is obsessive about online chess. Warren is obsessed about becoming friends with Rob. Warren keeps interrupting Rob's chess game for seemingly banal reasons throughout the day. Rob is visited by Warren at night. Warren crosses a social boundary, probably visiting him too late at night, if I had to guess. And then Rob slams the door in Warren's face. Rob goes back to chess, but finds his power has been cut. No computer, no Wi-Fi, no nothing. Alone in his dark home. He thinks Warren is outside and responsible. Rob takes up arms. He can't call the police, can't reach help. Rob is haunted in his home by Warren. Twist is that Rob discovers Warren in his home. Warren helps him get power back on. Warren shares a story about his parents. Rob pulls out the physical chessboard and offers him a game. And let's go ahead and read through where we were on the script as well. Starting from the top, because remember, after this line, we're getting into the old idea, which was no bueno, we have decided. Okay. Interior, Rob's home. Day, Rob, 30s, straight-laced and keeps to himself, sits at his computer playing a game of online chess. He bites his thumbnail and finally makes a move. Ping, white wins. Rob pushes himself away from his desk in frustration. Damn it. Rob angrily scrolls his phone. He notices a voicemail notification from Dad. He lifts the phone to his ear. Hey son, nothing much to say, just checking in on you. Me and your mom are going to eat crabs tonight. Thinking about you. Give us a call whenever it's easy for you. Rob places his phone face down, rolls his chair back to his keyboard, and clicks speed round. Click, 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 click. Click, 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 click. Rob's eyes shift back and forth. Ping, white wins. Rob stands up and angrily walks in a circle, sits down, and clicks speed round. Click, 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 click. Rob's eyes shift back and forth. Rob checks his phone. A text from Mom reads, "How are you? Haven't heard from you in a few days." Ping, white wins. Rob grabs his mouse and slams it down repeatedly. What the fuck? He clicks on a speed round. Click, 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 click. Rob's eyes shift back and forth. Ping, white wins. Rob flops onto his couch, grabs a pillow, and yells into it. He clicks on a speed round. Click, 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 click. Rob's eyes shift back and forth. A tea kettle squeals in the kitchen. White's king is cornered. The time ticks down. I've got you now. Rob clicks on his chess piece and moves it over the white king piece. Ding dong. Rob turns to the door and back to the game. The timer runs out. Ping. White wins. Rob pulls at his hair as he walks to the door, his face red. He opens the door to reveal Warren, 30s, affable, Labrador energy, stands with his hands on his hips. Good morning, sunshine. Looking over his shoulder. You making tea? Rob turns and runs to the kitchen. Interior kitchen. Rob takes the tea kettle off the burner and turns around. He grabs his chest at the sight of Warren standing behind him. Okay, right. So we have Warren pushing his way deep into Rob's house after we've seen Rob obsessively um, play chess. We know he wants to be left alone. Warren keeps finding reasons to come back. Warren Scott, who's easily attached, kind of like a horror movie about obsession. But here we have, but here we kind of owe the audience an explanation, right? The audience does not know who Warren is. He is simply put, a very nice energied man who just said good morning sunshine and asked if Rob was making tea. But this whole premise started out about them being co-workers. Imagine your co-worker moves in next door. So instead of this good morning sunshine, let's try and establish a relationship as early as possible. Good morning, boss. Are you making tea? Grabs his chest. Jesus. Okay. Now, we were talking about making some comments that make Warren seem a little off, a little horror movie-ish, right? So, personally, one of my thoughts was, oh, maybe we should, Jesus, sun's really coming in. Pardon me. Is, if Warren makes comments on pictures of Rob's family, or maybe even lack thereof, right? How personal can you get as fast as possible? What do you guys think? Writers, this is a writer's room. If I wanted to write this on my own, I would, but I host a digital writer's room, right? So I want you to throw out some ideas. I want you to participate. Where do you see this going? We kind of went over our Act 1, Act 2. We know the beats that we need to hit. It doesn't have to be perfect, but we do need to start brainstorming and collaborating out loud. I'll lift this up a little bit so you can see how we need to get through our Act 1, right? So I'll give the chat some time to think, some time to write. Mookie says, face the sun with a grin. Are you telling that to me? Or is that a line that Warren should say? Itanchi, oh, I love the gummy bear. It's trippy. Is this the first time we discover they're neighbors, or have they been neighbors for a while? Exactly. We have read everything that the audience knows. Remember, whenever we're writing this, it's not like, do we know? No. This is what the audience knows. And if that's something that the audience needs to know, we need to put it into context. Right now, the audience doesn't know shit. The audience knows that Rob keeps getting, keeps losing chess matches, speed rounds, and that he's ignoring the relationships in his life, i.e. his mom and his dad. Almost makes me think it's too parental, right? So maybe if it's like not mom, but texts his phone, says BFF, or you gotta something. It's easy to put mom and dad in a phone and understand that there's a relationship that you're ignoring, but it's not about ignoring your parents, it's about ignoring everyone, right? So it almost makes me think This mom is going to need to be changed to something. And yes, we have to Mookie's point. We need to start telling the audience the situation. We had this is kind of like a weird, fun montage cold open that happens really fast, but we owe the setup. We're trying to do something in 5 pages. It's gonna be over that. I could tell you right now, it's gonna be over 5 pages, but we owe the setup. This is what I was talking about last week. Whenever Scrolly was really focused on chess, and I was like, don't focus on chess, focus on story, right? We're halfway through where we're supposed to be, and the audience doesn't know the premise. They know a little bit about one character, so we have to start filling in the audience in a cinematic, visual, compelling way, don't we? It reminds me, I saw a clip of a lemur basking. Okay, cool. It's going around virally at the moment. End of winter joy, I guess. Ooh, yeah. It would be nice just to lay in the sun and do nothing. Would love to do that. Would love to do that. Okay, writers in this writer's room, I know you're there. I can see the numbers. Pitch me some ideas. Mihafa Mookie, Atenchi, Feishur, Thrier, right? How? And sometimes we can state it plain. My attempt to get you guys started and moving this forward would be to have a reason that Warren has invited himself over. That's a neighborly reason. What reason can we give Warren that seems innocuous? Because remember, we're going to start ratcheting up his obsessive, compulsive behavior to get himself into Rob's house. I received a bit of your mail by accident. And look, here you are. A noise complaint, a tree limb issue, yes. Rotting car corpse, yes. Finally, yes. Anything to start this party, yes. It's winter, not clearing the street for plows. Oh, that's fun. Love it. Okay. So, I like how oddly specific that is. So Warren looks around. Mom's house. We're gonna put them as co-workers, right? As much as I imagine what your house looked like, never would have guessed with so much taupe. What are you doing here? Neighbors now. Just moved in, and the HOA got on my ass about not moving, about not clearing for the snow plow. I noticed I came over here to do the neighborly thing, telling you the same. And lo and behold, it's you. That's all we need. Less is more, and even that's too much, to be honest with you. Lo and behold, it's you, Rob. Passively herds Warren back towards the door. Oh wow, that's something. Well, thanks for letting me know. Okay. Need anything else? I'm just down the sidewalk. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. That's why HOAs are awful. Oh my goodness. This chat lit up. What did I miss? You had issues with your neighbor's dog, kept barking at us in our own kitchen. We put in for a large fence, established the relationship with Robin Warren. Warren wants to talk about the upcoming HOA meeting, and Rob says Warren's place is at the office. Is it though for the HOA? Like it's a good excuse to it's a good excuse to talk to somebody at their residence. You know, like the HOA is about the neighborhood. The HOA isn't about work. So there's no if Rob just puts a foot in draws a line in the sand immediately, says Warren, it's great that we're neighbors. I appreciate you coming to warn me about the HOA. I'll deal with them myself, but I want to keep our work relationship separate, you know? Yeah, exactly. I mean, Rob wants to, yeah. I do sometimes end up down the rabbit hole reading malicious compliance HOA stories. It's wild that they go after neighboring properties not under their contract, and Wilder reigniting an HOA that was dead for decades, hitting a property that was not known to ever be under such a contract. But these rabbit holes do not have to inform me of the dramatic story, so it's a bit of a bias. I see. Okay, so let's do it. Let's set up stakes. I don't care how clunky it looks. Part of the writer's room is being able to rewrite it, right? Sure. It's down the sidewalk, and Rob will say, let's just nip this with the bud. Now, I want to make it clear that I only want to with you at the office. This gestures in his home is my palace of peace. I don't let the outside world in. You understand. You understand, right? Warren gives him an affectionate slap on the arm. Oh yeah, I get it. No worries. I'll see you on the water cooler. Thank you. Rob shuts the door on Warren, who just turned around and raised his finger to make one last point. Rob returns to his computer chair. Actually, this would be a good time to jump through time. Terry roams home. Later. Something he could do later. There's like supper, there's a shower. Like, let's show a passage of time. He's toweling off his wet hair. Say sanctuary. This is my sanctuary. Warren thinks Rob's being funny. He just doesn't understand Rob's sense of humor. I like that. That's a really great way back in, Mook. I gotcha. Wink, wink. Well, if it's an HOA, applying some complaint just to force a meeting between them and dropping the complaint in turn for a date is kind of scummy but fun. Could just be over gutters or paint or a bush. That's kind of crazy too. I want to try and get this done in like a night though. I feel like an HOA complaint might take a day, a week, something like that. I don't want to move through necessarily that much time. Okay, so look, we have our Act 2. Let's have another reason that Warren visits. Warren, what did I say? No, I get your sense of humor, but this is actually serious. We need to do blah blah blah. We need to do blank. And also, how can we show Rob shutting off the outside world some more? There's family, there's friends. Who else? Girlfriend, boyfriend, best friend. I think this is my fault. I'm not giving you guys a clear directive, maybe. So, we want to move through some time because with time, it becomes more dramatic. Things happen in succession faster, louder, funnier, becomes comedic. But remember that our tone is going to be horror thriller. So the longer that we can pull the rubber band, then the more horror thriller it becomes. We made notes to ourselves right here. What the script needs, it needs some action. It needs to move through time. It's lacking suspense. So, how about this? How about we cut to Rob's just taking a shower. Moonlight shines through the window. It's now night, right? And there's a knock at the door. And Rob sees that it's Warren. But Rob makes the active choice to ignore Warren. He turns off lights and he sees maybe like Warren trying to peek through the window. That's kind of scary in a way. And he doesn't answer the door. Lets Warren knock until he leaves. Then he goes about his business. Maybe he microwaves some fucking spaghetti or some fish sticks from the freezer. He's trying to be quiet, doing everything in the dark. And then on his back door or his bedroom window, we hear the knock, right? That makes it a little bit more intense, a little bit more terrifying. Writers, what do we think about this? How would you like to see this portrayed? Do you have any thoughts? Knock at the door because Warren said he's been trying to ring the doorbell, but someone must have disconnected it. Oh, that's funny. Ooh, hey, how about this? Mookie, your idea has begotten another idea. It's 2026, right? Let's play with technology. How can we make it a little bit more terrifying using a Nest Cam thing? You know, people have their apps attached to their phones, a doorbell with a video camera on the door. The Ring doorbell. Oh, what's the Nest thing? Thermometer? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Yeah, the Ring doorbell. How can we use something modern that really exists to make something a little more terrifying? Ooh, what if Warren is like ringing the bell and Rob isn't answering. He's actively ignoring, trying to be as quiet as possible. And he checks his Ring doorbell application. And Warren's just standing there, waiting, and like not moving. Like that little moment in Paranormal Activity where the lady's just like hovering and staring over the husband in the bed for a time lapse. You know what I mean? Y'all like that? If you like it, say yes. Let's see, Rob. He opens the ring camera out to reveal Warren standing, unmoving, unblinking, staring at the door. Rob watches him. For a long time. Horn turns, walks, out of frame. Okay. Let's see, the audience sees the video image, but Rob does not. Rob gets an alert and checks that. The audience sees a video image. The audience sees a video image. Here's what I would say, Mook. Yes and no. Like I think you're part way on to the right idea, which is, ooh, what can the audience know that the what can the audience know that the main character doesn't? However, I don't think this particular one does us any good, just because if the character is going to find out in mere seconds anyway, what was the point of the stall? So, right idea. I don't think that's the way to pull it off. But yeah, we should be looking, but yes, also we should be looking for ways to have the audience know more than the character, right? You also say at some point Warren is outside holding a kitchen knife. When he finally realizes reaches Rob, he tells him that he's having a barbecue and needs to borrow a spatula, maybe two, cliche or comical. Yeah, honestly, is great about that is that he found a way to up the stakes. STEAK. That's comical. Let's see. I like it. I like the idea of that he's up the stakes. Yeah, let's go ahead and put the knife in his hand. We can explain it later. We did want to move through this pretty fast, right? How about this? Standing, unmoving, unblinking, staring at the door. We're all watching in fear. Looks way. Frame. Revealing he was holding a knife the entire time. You know, like if you're close here, like I am, right here, and then the old walk away, and then here, just like a glimpse, just like a little glimpse of that knife. You'd be like, ooh, right? And at this point, there's still not a, I could see why Rob might want to do the old call the police bit, but nothing's really happened, right? Just like you said, like he could say, Warren could say, "Oh, I was having a barbecue and I needed to borrow something, and I forgot I was still holding this. My bad." Or I have kids and I didn't want my kids to play with the knife, so I just brought it over here to knock on your door with. Nothing illegal has happened yet, so we're still kind of walking that line of breaking that kind of social behavior, right? So let's go back to our outline. Let me check. Okay, so maybe what would you do in these situations? This is a good time for Rob just to not like let sleeping dogs lie. He has to do something to make himself feel better. And we also know that in character building, he is trying to be alone. He's obsessed with his chess games. He wants to be left alone. And we have this person that keeps coming and breaking, becoming an obstacle for his goal. So, a great opportunity would be if we can get Rob on the phone with somebody. Maybe he mentions what's going on. Oh my God, do you want me to come over, Rob? Do you want me to come over there and stay with you? And then Rob has to eventually say, well, no, my want was to be left alone. No, it's fine. I'm making too big of a deal out of it. I don't want anybody over here is the whole point. I'll let it go. Right? So who can we put Rob maybe on the phone with, on a chat with, on a FaceTime with, communicate this small fear so Rob is rationalizing it out loud so he just doesn't let things happen to him, and we see his character make the choice to continue on alone. Writers, my dear writers, pitch me something. I would love to hear what your ideas are. Pitch me something, writers, pitch me something, writers. You are the writers of the script. Maybe Rob chats with his manager on the phone asking if he or she has any issues with Warren bothering them during non-work hours. Ooh, interesting. That's a good pitch, Boog. So is my bad. Is Rob also calling them during work hours? Or can people call HR during non-work hours, or is it night yet? That's what I'm just wondering, because both of them are not at work, so it'd be weird if this was work hours. It's a little bit of a plot hole there. So let's try one more. Let's try another pitch, something outside of Rob's HR. Or maybe what you're implying is that Rob calls his manager personally, like outside of work. That's probably what you meant. That makes more sense. Hey, I know I hate to bother you when we're not at work, right? Rob can be projecting, but just wondering if you've ever had any incidents with behavioral issues with Warren. No, Warren, he's a great salesman. Shows up on time, always punctual, fills out his TPS reports perfectly. Model employee. Okay. Why? What's going on? Oh, just he. Okay, this sounds silly, but he just recently became my neighbor, and he's been kind of coming over. What did he do? Well, first thing he kind of told me to clear the streets for the snowplow, and then he came back and he rang my doorbell, and I didn't answer. Oh, okay. Well, whenever you like are forced to say the thing out loud, oh, maybe it's not that big of a deal, right? Okay, so let's do that. Um, Hey Jeff, sorry to bother you outside of work, but I just had to ask, have you had any reports or incidents with Warren, what do we call him? Warren Scott? Like anything behavioral or unprofessional in any way? Voiceover. What? Heck no. Warren is a model employee. Never missed a day. Punctual. Always turns in his TPS reports. Why? Just came over to my place. Oh my. Where did you get your address? Oh, well, he's, neighbor. New to neighborhood. Happened to move in next to me. Yes. Again? Did he do anything? He came over once and told me to tell me about clearing the street, the snowplow. And he came over again, but I didn't answer. Uh-huh. Okay. Well, I'm saying it out loud. I guess it's not that big of a deal. Although he was holding a knife. Knife? Yeah. Like he wanted to stab you with it? I can't picture that from Warren. Maybe he was turning it or having a barbecue. I just don't see Warren being violent at all. No, I guess you're right. It's a call. Just wanted to hear your take. Let's put all the voiceovers here. Want me to come over there? No. It's not a big deal. I gotta go. Thanks for picking up. All right then. Rob hangs up the phone, looks back at the door. Okay, let's see. At some point, maybe Rob chats with the manager. I think Warren is having some problems with boundaries, maybe, or maybe I'm not being a good neighbor. I don't know anymore. Oh, I like how he starts questioning himself, but that's a good instinct. So instead of, no, I guess you're right. He's fine. He's had a boundary issue, or if dad, or just wanted to hear your take. You want me to come over there? No. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Cruising now, huh? Okay. Let's take a look at our outline. Rob is visiting by Warren at night. You know what I'm thinking too is we haven't really seen Rob go outside and fix the snowplow situation. So maybe if Rob sees like Warren pass by the ring cam, and hears rumblings and tumblings at night. Maybe maybe it's Warren doing the neighborly thing for him without interrupting it, right? And I would like to say, but I saw you with the knife earlier, and be like, oh well, I was having a barbecue. I didn't want to. I just needed a spatula or whatever you said, Mook. I like that. Okay, let's move through this. Feels like we need to start escalating, get to a false victory or defeat, and then start wrapping up and getting into a conclusion. Don't you agree? Also, today's stream's gonna be a little shorter, FYI. Okay. Rob hangs up the phone and looks back at the door. Is there anything from the old stuff? No. No. Officey, blah blah blah. Marshmallows, coconut. Some weird stuff, some weird behavior. But I like the idea that maybe if he did have a barbecue, he was going to leave something on for Jeff, like in a neighborly way. Like maybe it's not gross, but maybe it's just food. Maybe it's like maybe it's something that looks like human flesh, but it's really just barbecued something or other. Yeah? Or what about a pig roast? Maybe he did a little couchon de lait, huh? And maybe Rob and his ring cam spots Warren taking out trash, and the trash bag spills out open, and it's bones, and a small skull rolls to the sidewalk, and he sees Warren hurriedly pick it up. That could be freaky too, right? Has everything happened during the day or at night so far, or both? It's happening during the day, then afternoon, then at night, right? So we're gonna have like 3 scenes of passing through time, escalating this instance. So now we're gonna move into night, right? We had during the day, hey neighbor, oh my god, by the way, snowplow thingy, blah blah blah. Ding dong, wanted to invite you over to a barbecue, but you didn't answer the door. Oh, I was holding this knife. I was using it to cut the pig for the pig roast. Also, now when we move through time, nighttime, everything's dark, everything's quiet. Warren's moving around outside of Jeff's home. Jeff's using his best tactics to figure out what's going on outside without putting himself in danger. And then at some point we have to expose him to Warren so they can have a direct conflict. That's what's next. So one more escalating, stake-raising situation involving Warren and Jeff, set at night. Mookie says, Warren says he's noticed Rob using only one of his 2 trash cans and wants to put some of his trash out at Rob's. Excellent. Or instead of asking for permission, maybe Warren just maybe assuming it was okay. So let's try and assume that Rob looks in the trash can later. Oh, I see, and sees like a skull there. I think it's scarier to not ask permission. Warren could be like, hey man, I didn't want to disturb you. You said this was your sanctuary. I just figured we worked together so you'd be cool with it. You know what I mean? Discovers something. I think if he opens up the bag and sees bones and blood, and maybe, what does a pig skull look like? Oh, yeah, it's very beaky. Hog skull. But if maybe it's like the ribs, right? A pig rib cage can kind of, in the dark, on top of a heap of trash, look like almost like a human rib cage. So if he had so let's say Warren, the truth is that Warren is having a pig roast. He had a bunch of people over. He wanted to get to know all of his new neighbors. He runs into his boss. His boss isn't having it. That's fine. But but he does think, oh, maybe I should have at least invite him. I know he said he doesn't want to be disturbed, but I think he'll be pretty pissed if he found out that I had this huge party and I didn't even invite him. So I did want to quickly run over here. I had to make it fast because we had the pig on the spit, and you didn't answer, so fine. But after the party, I ended up throwing away so much stuff that I filled up my entire trash bin, but I still had to clean the meat off of this pig's bones, and I didn't have a place to put it, and I didn't want to just bury it in a yard. And I figured I'd ask you, better to ask for forgiveness than permission. And you seem pretty cool at work, so I just put one last bag in your trash can, is the truth of the matter. All of that's going to be revealed, but in the meantime, in the present, Rob is taking it as, what the fuck is going on? Who is this sadistic guy who's moved in next to me, and what kind of message is he trying to send me? I don't think we need to throw away the knife, because if the knife is in the trash can, then it's not potentially threatening anymore. You want the illusion that Warren still might be wielding a knife, right? Okay, so let's move on to nighttime. Interior, Rob's home, night. Rob sleeps on his Rob turns his bed. No. Rob lightly snoozes. He is awoken by the sound of a slamming trash can. Discover something, maybe the night from before with some bones, who was threatening to whoever Warren killed. Oh yeah, no, it'll just be some pig. Easier to ask for forgiveness later than for permission first. Exactly, exactly. I think that's going to be his rationale. Because the idea is that Warren is actually just a normal guy, and Rob is making this out to be a bigger deal than what it is. The story has kind of revealed itself to us in that way, hasn't it? Oh man. Okay, so let's do it. That's right. All right, all right, all right. Rob Lively snoozes. He is awoken by the sound of a slamming trash can. Cha-cha-cha. Jumps into his slippers and creeps down the hall. He slowly peers through the curtain of his window and sees the neighboring door to Warren's house close. Grabs his phone. Using it as a flashlight. Creeps down the hall. He looks at the Ring camera at his phone and rewinds it by a few minutes. Oh, do you have the top viewers on streamboo.live? Has anybody ever been to streamboo.live? Has anybody ever followed up with one of these fucking bots? Banned! I think the cookout has been thrown, Mook. I think it'd be too late for Jeff to show up. Unless it's going on through the night, you mean? Is that what you're implying? It's an all-nighter? It would be a nice way to, you know, get him out of the house and into the... Maybe if it's pulling him away from chess and then Jeff ends up playing like a game of cornhole with a bunch of strangers instead, it would be kind of a nice arc from the loneliness and obsessive intelligence that it takes to become a master at chess, and it'll say something more about like how he's given into almost like getting him out of his mind and into his body. That's what cornhole is. You don't have to think too hard. You're just really aiming, right? Mickey says, I thought it was an ongoing event, but I see what you're saying now. It doesn't have to be. I can bend it around to what you pitched. As a matter of fact, I kind of like it better because it doesn't draw Warren into Jeff's house. It draws Jeff out of Jeff's house, which is kind of where we want the character to go. So you know, I'm glad you threw out that idea so we could collaborate and figure out what the strongest element of that story is. To me, I think you're right. And this is the case of the story revealing itself is, well, the stronger choice is what you threw out. And that's what we need to do. So even if it deviates from our outline, it's just because we've discovered something better. Right, Mook? So now let's go back to the script. Now that we've kind of talked it out a little bit, and rewinds it by a few minutes. Phone screen. Warren sneaks over to Jeff's driveway and places black plastic bag inside. I'll just say garbage bag. We know what that is. But he doesn't get what he wants. He gets what he needs, right? Gets what he needs. Warren sneaks over to Jeff's driveway and places a garbage bag inside. Rob raises an eyebrow. He ties up his robe tight and grabs an umbrella near the door. A better writer than me moving too fast would say he needs to grab something that is symbolic of him, of chess, of something thematic, of his solitary behavior, his weapon of choice. I just grab an umbrella near the door because of umbrella stand. Maybe it's symbolic of him like shielding himself from the outside world. I don't know. You can almost retroactively draw those conclusions, but we could make an intentional choice here. If you wanted to, writers, why don't you pitch me something that Jeff uses as a makeshift weapon that is symbolic of who he is in this story? I'll wait. Or if nobody has anything, that's fine too. What does Twitch say? No, nothing. Nobody on YouTube. No, okay. That's fine. That's fine. So if he's solitary or like a control freak or obsessive, think about things like taming chaos. What is a label maker is something, you gotta put a label on everything. Maybe like just like a clipboard or a binder. It has to do with his work. Or Or the kettle, the tea kettle from earlier. You can grab the tea kettle to swing, and that way it feels like we put it there on purpose. I think the tea kettle. Use what we have. It's just a happy little coincidence. Tea kettle from the kitchen and wields it. Whoops. Wields it. He steps outside. Exterior house. Rob's house. Rob's home. Rob creeps down his driveway, peeking, looking over his shoulders. He approaches the trash bin and opens the lid. Puts down the kettle, grabs the bag, and tears it open with his hands. Takes his phone, light from his pocket, takes his phone, and points the light inside. Quick flash of bones, a rib cage, a skull. Put this in caps lock. I don't need a quick flash. A rib cage, skull. Rob falls backward. Scrambles to his feet. Okay, so falls backward, he scrambles to his feet, and now I'm thinking like now I'm thinking that Warren maybe has some music going, right? Oh, it would be kind of cool to set the tone sound-wise. Like, what's something that could be playing during a pig roast that might sound haunting to an unsuspecting person? Anybody have any ideas? Oh, tea kettle, shield, umbrella as a sword. That's funny. Let's see. That's a play some music. some pig roast music and see if we can find anything haunting. 47B Idumea. I don't think anything too traditional like that. Just kind of like, almost like banjo, fiddle.
Upload your videos to
Oh
YouTube.
God,
Upload to Restream, where we will live
Jesus
stream it to
Christ.
YouTube.
Let's see.
Death she wants up in your will.
I don't need. It's a bad idea. I went down along the wrong road here. What I'm thinking is I just really need some like folksy acoustic music. That's anybody else would be like, oh, we're winding down the pig roast, but oh, that could be something too a little bit. Maybe like they're winding down the pig roast. He like goes to investigate the music and he sees like Warren chopping up something maybe. I don't know. Here we go. Let's get back onto this. Earl falls backwards and scrambles to his feet. Maybe Rob also detect a stench before opening the lid. Maybe. I imagine it might smell good though. I mean, the idea of pig roast is it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to smell good, right? Rob falls backwards, scrambles to his feet. Rob closes the lid, catching a whiff of something in the air. There is something else he notices. A faint strumming of an acoustic guitar. Something that resembles Appalachian folk. Rob picks up his tea kettle and walks, investigating Warren's house. He follows the sound to Warren's fenced in backyard. With a thump of bass. Stands on his tiptoes. And looks over the fence. Can barely make out Warren chopping something. Rob's phone rings, causing Warren to spot him. Rob tries to quiet his phone, but ends up accepting call from his mom. Now that's making sense. Oh, we already set up that his parents have been trying to get in touch with him, right? As soon as Rob can hang up, Warren is standing in front of him, knife in hand. Rob raises the tea kettle. Hey, boss. You hungry? Rob lowers the tea kettle as Rob's friend steps out with a plate of barbecue. Hey, I didn't want to disturb you and your sanctuary, but I used your trash can, if you don't mind. Just a lot of trash from this pig roast. Pig roast? Oh, yeah. I really did want to invite you. I didn't know you were my neighbor at the time. Of course. To come in who earlier, no one answered. Waited as long as I could, but I was in the middle of breathing. The knife. Hi. Oh, okay. I'm sure. Here. Take a bite. It's really good. Rob has the tea kettle behind his back and takes the plate. And then Warren walks Rob into his decorated backyard where all of Warren's friends and Rob's neighbors have gathered. like games? Yeah, sure. Smiles. And then maybe a little montage. Rob eating with Warren, dancing to music in his robe, tossing a bean bag. Game of cornhole. Something like that. Okay. A nice little story. 7 pages. What does everybody think of that? I mean, we kind of powered through the end, but hey, sometimes that's what you have to do, isn't it? Let's go ahead and give it a read. Interior, Rob's home day. Rob, 30, straight-laced, and keeps to himself, sits at his computer playing a game of online chess. He bites his thumbnail and finally makes a move. Ping! White wins. Rob pushes himself away from his desk in frustration. Damn it. Rob angrily scrolls his phone. He notices a voicemail notification from Dad. He lifts the phone to his ear. Hey son, nothing much to say, just checking in on you. Me and your mom are going to eat crabs tonight. Thinking about you. Give us a call whenever it's easy for you. Rob places his phone face down, rolls his chair back to his keyboard, and clicks speed round. Click, 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 click. Rob's eyes shift back and forth. Ping, White wins. Rob stands up and walks angrily in a circle, sits down and clicks speed round. Click, 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 click. Rob's eyes shift back and forth. Rob checks his phone. A text from Mom reads, "How are you? Haven't heard from you in a few days." Ping, White wins. Rob grabs his mouse and slams it down repeatedly. What the fuck? He clicks on speed round. Click, 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 click. Rob's eyes shift back and forth. Ping, White wins. Rob flops onto his couch, grabs a pillow, and yells into it. He clicks on speed round. Click, 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 click. Rob's eyes shift back and forth. A tea kettle squeals in the kitchen. White's king is cornered. The time ticks down. I've got you now. Rob clicks on his chess piece and moves it over the white king piece. Ding dong. Rob turns to the door. Then back to the game. The timer runs out. Ping, White wins. Rob pulls at his hair as he walks to the door, his face red. He opens the door to reveal Warren, 30, is affable. Labrador energy stands with his hand on his hips. Good morning, boss. Looking over his shoulder. You making tea? Rob turns and runs to the kitchen. Interior kitchen. Rob takes the tea kettle off the burner and turns around. He grabs his chest at the sight of Warren standing behind him. Rob grabs... Oh, I already did that. Great. Save some more space. Jesus. Warren looks around Rob's house. As much as I imagine what your house looked like, I never would have guessed there was so much taupe. What are you doing here? We're neighbors now. Just moved in, and the HOA got on my ass about not clearing the street for the snowplow. I came over here to do the neighborly thing and tell you the same. And lo and behold, it's you. And so, my neighbor, the same, and lo and behold, it's you. Rob passively herds Warren back towards the door. Oh, wow, that's something. Well, thanks for letting me know. Sure thing, boss. And if you need anything else, I'm just down the sidewalk. Let's just nip this at the bud now. I want to make it clear that I only want to speak with you at the office. Now, this is my sanctuary. I let the outside world in. You understand, right? Warren gives him an affectionate slap on the arm. Oh yeah, I get it. No worries. I'll see you around the water cooler. Thank you. Rob shuts the door on Warren, who just turned around and raised his finger to make one last point, which we now know could be the couchant d'oreille. Interior, Rob's home. Later, Rob towels off his wet hair as he looks into his fridge. Ding dong. Rob stands up, a chill down his spine. He peers through his living room at his front door. Knock, knock, knock. Rob carefully closes the fridge and sits on the ground, out of sight. Rob crawls to the dining room table and grabs his phone. He opens a Ring camera app to reveal Warren standing, unmoving, unblinking, staring at the door. Rob watches him with fear. Warren's face looks intense. Eventually, after a long time, Warren turns and walks out of frame, revealing he was holding a knife the entire time. Rob scrolls through his phone and makes a call. Hey, Jeff. Sorry to bother you outside of work, but I just had to ask, have you had any reports or incidents with Warren Scott? Like anything behavioral or unprofessional in any way? Warren? Heck no. Warren is a model employee. He never missed a day. Punctual. Always turns in his TPS reports. Why? It's just, he came over to my place. Oh my, how did he get your address? Oh, well, he's a neighbor, new to the neighborhood. Happened to move in next to me, I guess. Oh yeah? Did he do anything? He came over once to tell me about clearing the street for the snowplow. Then he came over again, but I didn't answer. Uh-huh. Okay, well, now that I'm saying it out loud, I guess it's not that big of a deal, although he was holding a knife. A knife? Yeah, like, he wanted to stab you with it? I can't picture that from Warren. You know, maybe he was returning it or having a barbecue. I just don't see Warren being violent at all. No, I guess you're right. I couldn't tell if he's having a boundary issue or if I'm a bad neighbor. Just wanted to hear your take. You want me to come over there? No. It's not a big deal. I gotta go. Thanks for picking up. All right then. Rob hangs up the phone and looks back at the door. Interior, Rob's home. Night. Rob lightly snoozes. He's awoken by the sound of a slamming trash can. He jumps into his slippers, grabs his phone, using it as a flashlight, and creeps down the hall. He slowly appears through the curtain of his window and sees the neighboring door to Warren's house close. He looks at the Ring camera app on his phone and rewinds it by a few minutes. Phone screen. Warren sneaks over to Jeff's driveway and places a garbage bag inside. Rob raises an eyebrow. He ties his robe tight and grabs the tea kettle from the kitchen and wields it as he steps outside. Exterior, Rob's home. Rob creeps down his driveway, looking over his shoulder. He approaches the trash bin and opens the lid. He puts down the kettle, grabs the bag, and tears it open with his hands. He takes the phone from his pocket and points the light inside. Quick flash, a rib cage, a skull. Rob falls backwards and scrambles to his feet. Rob closes the lid, catching a whiff of something in the air. There's something else he notices. The faint strumming of an acoustic guitar, something that resembles Appalachian folk. Rob picks up his tea kettle and walks, investigating Warren's house. He follows the sound to Warren's fenced-in backyard. He stands on his tiptoes and looks over the fence. He can barely make out Warren chopping something. Rob's phone rings, causing Warren to spot him. Rob tries to quiet his phone, but ends up accepting the call from his mom. As soon as Rob can hang up, Warren is standing in front of him, knife in hand. Rob raises the tea kettle. Hey, boss, you hungry? Rob lowers the tea kettle as Rob's friend steps out with a plate of barbecue. Hey, I didn't want to disturb you in your sanctuary, but I used your trash can, if you don't mind. Just a lot of trash from this pig roast. Pig roast? Oh yeah, I really did want to invite you. I didn't know you were my neighbor at the time, of course. I tried to come over and invite you earlier, but no one answered. I waited as long as I could, but I was in the middle of prepping. The knife. Oh, okay. I'm here. Take a bite. It's really good. Rob hides the tea kettle behind his back and takes the plate. Warren walks Rob into his decorated backyard, where all of Warren's friends and Rob's neighbors have gathered. You like games? Yeah, sure. Rob smiles. Montage. Rob eating with Warren, dancing to music in his robe, tossing a beanbag for a game of cornhole. Okay. I don't know, it's not great, but it's something, and it's not bad. You know, we did follow the rules. It's definitely not the worst. If we loved it, we could keep working on it. But I'm kind of happy putting a pin in this. I don't know about you, but that's how I feel. And also, that kind of brings us to the end of our day, which is lucky because battery on my phone is just about depleted, even though I have this hooked up to power. So, with that being said, guys, thanks so much for. Oh, if you're a writer, save, 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 save. Save everything. Save it right now. This is your reminder to save. Thanks so much for joining me today. I know it's been a hectic. It feels hectic for me. I know you guys just see me log on and everything, but it was nice to get back to be able to touch base with everybody and see everybody again, even just virtually. I appreciate it. And let's find somebody to raid, shall we? Let's see. Do we want to find somebody? Let's find somebody in reading and writing. Let's make a new reading and writing friend. Who is in the reading and writing category? In the reading and writing category. Sorry, writing and reading. I always find that funny, like a funny little way to do it. Let's see, Moog is there. Where's Moog doing? Let's see. Is anybody working on anything though? Writing chapter 14. Yunsu official. Oh yeah, let's raid Yunsu. He raided me the other day, so that would be kind of fun. Let's do it. Mookie says, I like it. This is a really good exercise for me. I tend to bend in the comedic slant of everything and enjoyed seeing this story stretch in a different direction. Yeah, it's important to be flexible, I think. And I'm glad you're here. And Yansu underscore official. Oh, well, I realize that I'm not really raiding with anybody, but I still appreciate you being here. Thank you guys so much, and thanks for hanging out. Now let's raid Yunshu, and I'll see you next Tuesday.
Hola, hi Derek. How's it going? Long time no see, buddy. How's it going? Thanks for stopping in.
All right, adios.